Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey. Ugh. My name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, oh my gosh. It's, is it time? We got it. It's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, and I'm locking in, chat. I've been locking in all day. Not really. I've been doing a lot of like business planning stuff, but you know, that's part of locking in. It's part of the strategy. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. And a big thanks most of all to Davies and Chartle for the most recent follow and subscription respectively. Okay. So yeah, I want to send like one text and then we'll get on with the stream. I just realized I have to send this text. Cool. Yeah. So, where are we at? What can I talk to you about? Last time we were on stream, I can't even remember what I was working on in the last little beat. I've been doing so many things that are related to work on Insignia, but that are not work on Insignia. So I'm just going to open up the Figma document, and I'm going to have a little look at where we're at. So, oh yeah, I was working on, dude, okay. I've been playing Mina the Hollower in my downtime. I really like it. Oh my gosh, have you guys been playing it? It's actually very good. I think when I first started playing it, my immediate sense of it was that there were many obstructions to me enjoying it. It's quite a... Let's go into the big zoom, talk about it. All right, Mina the Hollower, early impressions. I've been playing about 4 or 5 hours of it. Not quite 6 or 7, but, you know, 4 or 5 hours. And I at first was obviously very taken with the presentation. It's immaculate pixel art, and that style, that Game Boy Color style, is just so clearly the next iteration and evolution of what Yacht Club were already doing. So they know exactly how to make that pixel art sing, and they do. So love the presentation. Storytelling is super on point for a game of that scale and size. They just know exactly where to put the presentation values to make you feel what you need to feel in the moment. And it feels like a proper lived-in, you know, sort of AAA universe, because of the amount of thought that's been put into the world building through the lens of a very accessible, simple, Game Boy Color pixel art lens. Mina the Hollower. So I, at first, like in the gameplay, I could feel very quickly that it's quite a twitchy game. It's not a game for the faint of heart or like people who are very early in their game dev experience, because I think most people playing games today who are getting started in gaming have a lot of, decades of UX helping them, and I guess just like player testing, making sure that the game is like smooth to play and to learn. Whereas Mina is, it's very much from an age when everything reacted immediately when you push the button, and hitboxes are not that obvious. And it's I wouldn't say it's not jank, but it's like hard edges, right? Rather than smoothened edges. And it bears those hard edges confidently, which means that there's like a good 2 or 3 hours at the start of the game where I was really feeling like, okay, like I'm getting knocked. I like run into an enemy and that enemy pushes me into a hole and I just lost half of my health you know, in that little moment. And there are a couple of mechanical choices they've made in the game that actually lean into that. So the actual like healing situation, it's very much in the same vein as Shovel Knight was, as Bloodborne and Dark Souls, where, you know, if you die, you lose you sort of like all your stuff is kind of like locked where you left it. And similarly, when you take damage, it has this very Bloodborne style recovery mechanic where you have to do damage to enemies to get the option to heal. Now, Bloodborne doesn't do that. Bloodborne actually gives you the health back if you attack back. But this game kind of locks the healing potency behind your retribution. So if you take damage and you don't do any damage, the potion does nothing. It heals you for 0. You have to do damage since the time you were hit to power up the potion, which again makes it it puts a lot of emphasis on not getting hit in that first few hours. And until you unlock a fair chunk of the unlockables in the game that give you, you know, trinkets and edge on the system, it's brutal. Like, I really had to get over that first initial kind of hump first before I could start enjoying the game. But now I'm really enjoying it. I've already done 1 of the 7 spark generators, and now I'm up to the second one. That's where I'm at. So I don't know if the game's linear, if you can do them in different order, but where I'm at right now, that's what's happening. So there's a giant invincible man chasing me around in a Halloween kind of farmland. Jeepers Creepers is trying to kill me in the game. So that's where I'm at. I quite enjoyed it so far. And I think I will continue to enjoy it. I think already there have been some really cool little moments that have happened. I unlocked this like thing that gives me like a second chance at life after I die. And the animation when you die is like, you die, the screen goes black, you know, you get a little highlight on Mina, and then she gets like this like vial of electricity shocks her to life, and the whole screen has a big lightning effect, and she just gets back up and the game keeps playing. It's very like even Sekiro has the kind of thing like that, like Shadows Die Twice, that moment where you die and you get back up again. So I don't know, there's some cool stuff in it, and it's really been one of the things that has consumed me as a developer is the degree to which this game creates an incredible sense of freedom for the player for the developer to actually iterate on wacky concepts. Like, there's so many, the sheer amount of like game mechanics that just find their way into this game super casually, just like different enemy types and abilities, and they're all there's such a high diversity because they're all so easy to implement, right? Like, you don't have to worry about the depth of animation that you would in a game like Insignia, because like that's an enemy and it just does its little idle, and whatever it does, like that's what it does. So you don't there's just like and clearly Yacht Club has been doing this for a while, so like their expertise in making these games is also very it's on display. You know, understanding how to get the most out of a single screen is super impressive. Like, you know, this space here is as much of a puzzle as anything, in that, you know, you can move across here, but you can jump down here, and these things get hit by lava, but the lava can't reach them unless you roll through or dig through this terrain. So there's a puzzle here, there's an enemy here, there's an enemy here, there's 2 different platforms you can move down. This is like a lot of gameplay in this one screenshot. And that gameplay density, without it being overbearing, it's a masterclass so far. I'm really appreciating how dense the game is right now. Other gripes, I would say, dude, I wish there was a map in this game. Holy shit, it's so big. The fact that there's no map has it. I spent an hour running around yesterday just being like, I don't know what to do next. I think it's probably because the game is non-Euclidean in the map geometry. Like, there are zones and the zones don't link up perfectly. But I mean, I'd still want a map. I think it should have had one. I think people have put together a map You can see here, this is what when I say non-Euclidean, this is what I mean. That some of these spaces like this doesn't hook into that, if that makes sense. You know, if you were to take this and heal the tectonic plates, there are parts that don't touch the way that you would expect them to. So it's not a Link to the Past where you can just, or Animal Well where it's just a big grid. So I think they were just hesitant to give a map, but I still want one. I think this is, you know, this is the map that you get, but it didn't do it for me. Also, I don't have it yet. Hey, Eyes, thank you so much for the subs. Whoa, 25 gifted subs. Eyes, thank you so much. Welcome back. What have you been up to? I don't know what prompted that, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But anyway, my reflection on Mina is that for Insignia, you know, there are so many things that I'm learning. You're drunk? Well, you should get drunk more often, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy your night. Hope you enjoy your drink. You know, I just want to like do a little kind of, what's the word? Just I want to like do a little bit of like analysis of gameplay here, because I think there's so much that I can learn from this. Mostly to do with, again, it's spatial stuff, right? It's understanding how to utilize the space. So first things first. So cool how, I'm going to actually mute that alert box. One sec. I actually don't know how to do it. One sec. There we go. We'll bring it back later, but I think it's, for now, I don't want to hear that noise every 2 seconds. Okay. So, you know, in this context, right? This is destructible. That is destructible. There's like an electricity thing here that's kind of interesting. This is like a barricade. You know, there's a lot of like environmental level design here that's also interactive. And sure, the tiles, because they're tiles, they don't, like palette-wise, this doesn't link up to this. But like logically and contextually, it does. So because it's got a headstone above it, you know, it's a grave and you can dig at it and it works. So this like very patchwork quilt way of approaching the design, I think is just interesting, like purely because it means they can pack so much cool conceptual space into, you know, a screen. I mean, it's you know, even this like little, there's a whole arena here, right? In this screen. And I guess the game does something interesting by, because it scrolls, I mean, look, it does scroll, right? In this case, it scrolls vertically. I don't think it ever scrolls in two directions, but yeah, I just think it handles density so in such an interesting manner. Let me see if I can go back to like another area that I like. I don't want to spoil it for myself. Yeah, even like the bones system, like the ability to upgrade things, like everywhere you go in this game, you're making permanent progress, even if you aren't getting story progress, you know. Little offshoot rooms like this is super, super valuable. And like even that, right? Like every mechanic you have, you know, you could put a chest here. In Insignia, this would be a chest. Here, it's like the skulls are currency. The bones in this game are currency. So here, it's like you have currency that's half exposed in the earth, And so by half exposing the currency in the earth, it gives you the reason to do the dig move to get the currency. So it's like just forcing the player. Also, you can break these tombstones. Will they remember? No. Bad player. They can't believe they left that. Yeah, like even that, right? Giving the player something to use their weapon on. In even such a tiny room as this, you had 2 things in the room that you could do that forced you to use, 3 things, right? Jumping, digging, and attacking in one room. That's cool, right? It's valuable. It's dense. Even that, like this is such a minor thing, but there are these like fences in the game that you can't walk through, but you can dig under. They're just there to force you to use the ability. Like they don't make the game harder or easier. Sometimes, they make it a bit difficult. Even like this area, like everything's a hazard, right? Like the platforms moving, they didn't have to move, but they move because the game wants to just, make it a little spicier. Lots of spice, I guess, is the idea here. I love this 2-part enemy. That's great. Because you see those enemies and then you see the bodies, like the tops, and you see the bottoms, and then you see them as tops and bottoms. This I love too. It's very Mario 2. Doki Doki Panic. It's a new release. Yeah, it just came out like 2 days ago. It's cool. And the framing is really great. Like the way the game creates it's a screen, but in this screen you're going down and to the right. There's no enemies here. It's like a breather. It's like a hearth, like a liminal space. It does that very well. And now we're in gameplay. New mechanic, the game is so clear in its design, in how it introduces concepts to you, how it teaches you how to like use those concepts. I'm having a blast that sucks when that happens. Just appreciating the level of intent behind the designs of all the spaces and the enemies. And it's not easy. It can be a little rough at the start because there's a lot of, I guess, just learning how the game wants to talk to you. That can make it difficult. But making a vector drawing tool, what the heck? 1 second. This is me? Why does that say that? Let me fix that. That's not what my thing says. Have I got 2 streams running right now? What's going on here? What is happening? I don't know why that happens, but it can happen. Sometimes YouTube just decides it has 2 streams going. I'm streaming on so many platforms right now. Let me go to my channel and see if it's doing it. Cool. Okay. No. It just, there's streaming and then there's like scheduled streams. When you stream, it just like, it's actually, the problem is it's the difference between if you go to OBS and you just start streaming and you send the packets to YouTube, YouTube will try to give it a title and go, okay, I guess you're live right now. Here's the video. But if you go to YouTube and say schedule stream, and then you press OK, and then you start sending the packets from OBS, it'll go, oh yeah, these belong to this scheduled stream. So what I did was I started OBS and then I opened up YouTube and scheduled the stream. So it started the stream from OBS and then it was also hooking in from the schedule. So anyway, doesn't matter. So yeah, I've been thinking a lot about Insignia and its game density and how I could emphasize how to do more with it. I mean, I want to. It's a different game than Mina the Hollower, but there's a lot there that I'm learning in terms of like creating value for backtracking, creating variety, rewarding play that is exploratory, you know, like giving the player a reason to come back later and rewarding them for being somewhere they're not supposed to be right now, even if they've been here before. Well, you don't, a place shouldn't stop having a reason to exist just because you've been there. So, yeah, it's interesting stuff. I really appreciate it. I mean, like, Mina's a much more, it's a much denser and larger game than Insignia in terms of, well, maybe not actually. Maybe it's about similar. But what I do in like one of these scenes in Insignia, Mina would do in about 3 screens, which is smaller than this by a long shot. For me, like, this is, I don't know, 9 screens of gameplay. It's also a much more finished game, correct? That's true. That's true. Okay. Anyone with progress to share? Happy jump into a meeting any time today. Otherwise, can catch you Monday. Cool. All right. I'm going to leave that open. Oh, that's not where that goes. Delete that, delete that, delete that, send that there, go there. Cool. Yeah, these are all just little things. I mean, I just know kind of like the delta between where I'm at and where I want. There was one thing I was thinking about, like, I don't have much, like this region is supposed to be like farm inspired, and I don't have many things in the level design that say that. I used to have a lot of wheat stalks, so like bringing those back would be cool. And then also like scarecrows that have like crows on them that dive at you in the different directions that you're learning to parry. Like even that would be really easy to do. So just little things like that. Like I was looking for a small enemy, and I think that would be super valuable. Also, I think like it would be cool to do like these dandelion spores. I think I could just put them in the level. I think I could just literally just pop a couple of these around, and that's that. Do they play? Does it work? Yeah. You know, I just added 3 enemies to the level. Bit of storytelling, right? That's where they're coming from. Huh. Even just like things you can attack that give you more currency and stuff. We've got the breakable pots and the boxes, but I think like more like bushes you can destroy, things like that. I think, yeah, scarecrow and wheat would be nice. Even like bales of hay, like just put bales of hay around, you know, stuff like that, where the game doesn't have to take itself too seriously in terms of its like in terms of how it's expressing itself. It doesn't have to be like, who put these hay bales here? It's more just like, you're in a farm zone, there are hay bales, you know. That, I think taking it a little bit less seriously would help a lot with the game being, I think, like the seams not being perfectly sewn up, if that makes any sense. Ooh, that's not supposed to look like that. Did that really do that? Oh no. up 2 pixels. Okay. Really? Oh, it is. Okay, sure. I don't see how that's possible, but there's that. And there's that. No, it's perfect. What the hell? Excuse me? Whoa, what is this? What the hell? Why is that negative 32? What the hell? Why is there an offset? I didn't do that. I'm just gonna let that be. Just don't touch it. We'll be right. One sec. Yeah, maybe a misclick. I was going to go change the tile set and everything. Okay. Mushrooms when you are underground are some poisonous, some are food items. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So, yeah, little things like that I think would be interesting. Even like... Anyway, I don't want to go too deep into it, but that's something that I would like to put more energy into at some point. I even have like destructible objects. Like I have like wheat stalks. I have the wheat. I could make hay bales drop wheat when you attack them. You know? Well, we already do that in the map. So, the map has the fog of war in that sense. Yeah, exactly. Enemies hide in hay bales. Actually, there was one other thing I thought would be really cool, which is like, I don't have like, I've talked about this before in areas like in the enemy design page. Where did I put it? Inside enemies. I have these like archetypes that I haven't really been leaning into. I really like this. Mina has one of these. It's just like a marten or like an enemy that just like steals some of your gold and then makes a break for it. You know? Something and then you have to chase it to get your money back. Or I could make it that those crows that I was talking about, when they attack you, they steal your money. You know? And they take it up to the top of the watchtower. So you have to go get them. You have to go get it back at the top. Stuff like that. Just creating more like, please play the game. This game? My game? That's what the game looks like. Could you play through Act 1 blindfolded? I don't know. Probably. So, I'd love to write that stuff down. Somewhere. I guess I'll just do it here. Yeah, future Adam's problem. Will it be able to play on Linux? Maybe. When will it launch? I still need to get some funding. Still a long way to go. No rush. There was something else I was doing, playing Mina the Hollower, that I really liked, which was there's a bank in the game where you can store. It's very Dark Souls. The consumable souls in Mina, when you go to a safe room, you can like cash out bone dust into bones, and when you do that, they come out of the dispenser and bounce all over the room, like just chaotically, and you have to run around and pick them up. I just think that's such a smart little, like, they could have done nothing. They could have just made them deposit directly into your inventory as currency. But instead they spawned, these like money objects at different currencies that just spew everywhere. It's very much like the chests, the digging spots in Shovel Knight, but it's like taken to another level because it's just chaos. I love that idea. Just like whatever it is, make it fun, force fun into every little moment. I had an idea just now where I was wondering if these spores, do the spores have this, or does this dandelion have the spores? I think it's the other way around. The dandelion has a list of active spores. Okay. Oh, congrats, Maui. Congrats. That's fantastic. I wonder if that's too much. I was thinking about obstacles as well. I don't really have like spikes on the ground. Yeah, thorns. Instant feedback. I mean, everything dies that way in the game. The game, everything that can die dies by doing that visual. That's just how death happens in Insignia. See? Another thing about this that I'd like to do is there needs to be a bit more connection between some of these ideas. Like what I think Mina does really well is stories. I have a team, but right now I'm alone. So like in Mina, you'll have moments where it's like in this screen, something's happening. Like there are these hot, like plowing machines and they're moving in a circle. And then there's like this item that you need to navigate around those plowing machines to get to. So like you come across something that has a scenario in it. It's like a very packaged thing. It's not just like a level. It's like a mini tight modular story, which I think is very, very, very valuable. I sort of have like this here a little bit, but like it'd be great if there was maybe like a key hanging down off of this thing, you know? And then that opens like this, like a chest or something. You know, the idea of like a mission, a little mission implicit in the game, not a quest, but like a goal. Yeah. Hey, Blood Red, thank you so much for the sub. Okay. So I'm going to take that and one sec. We are going to lock in on some chapter 3 stuff at the moment. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. Chapter 3 locking in. Is that my priority right now? I think so. Yeah, let's do it. I'm locking in. Okay. So, let's go to full-time indie dev. Yep. So, chapter 2 complete. On the run 1, on the run 2, on the run 3. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep stretching this out. My goal is to make this the whole of chapter 3. So where I don't have flags, I need to add them. Okay. So I think do we have a run cycle for Ilya? We have jumping. I'd love to give her a run. I think it would be really cool to have her accompany you in an explorable area. But I've got a story beat basically where they come across a farmer and his daughter and they help them wrangle their sheep. But that kind of implies that there's horse riding gameplay, which I think we can probably skip that for now. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's this here that I haven't quite nailed yet. So in the meantime, what have I got here? Dream sequence. Okay, that's definitely going to be there. So let's put that in. It's a level template scene. I don't think these are working right now. So let me just check that first. That's not right. That's what I want. So if I go level template scene, and And this is going to be grey box create. Cool. Okay. Let's do a quick check over here. Okay. Amp, ship, dream, and then dream sequence. Cool. That works. Sweet. Okay, next. Hey, Uncle Marley, thank you so much for the follow. Doom Sequence, Dusty Hills 2. Don't know about that. Nazarene Desert. Okay, so this, I want to do something equivalent of this for that. This is called Nazo Hills. think it's technically carrots the last one, so like how would I depict this? Technically it's like that's too hard. I'll do it like that. Cool. And then okay. All right. Let's keep going. So you board the caravan, and then there's like a few things here. Okay, well that's chapter 3. All done, everyone. Finished. Rind. That's Scooby-Doo saying, find Ruby. So I've got in the desert, before the pickup point, I've got a yellow crucible. So that's actually here. Maselyar. Maselyar is an ancient city that used to be the capital of the kingdom a long time ago. It's just location in the game. It's the third dungeon in the game. Now, the second power. Dude, I'm blitzing right now. You're so lucky I can mute this so quickly. Chapter 3, red, blue, yellow. So that's red, so it's blue and yellow. Yellow then blue, okay. Yellow, then blue. So slide is now yellow. Not sure what goes there. It's a bit thin. I think in my mind, the way I've got it set up is that there's some philosophizing. Hey, thanks for the follow. It be like that. This could be here. Not sure yet. I have another scene that we could ride through if we want to do more riding. Okay, moving on. Right, that's where this comes in. So this is there, that's there. That's there. That could even be there. Oh, that's not even in this chapter. Okay. That'll do. I really like this track. I am making an action-adventure game. I'm not trying, I'm succeeding. Many years. This is I've done it for 9 years now. Look at all of the content. This ain't your baby's project. All right. So that's going to go there. I need a scene here. This is called it's just who I am. I've learned. It's just the kind of guy I am. I just really want this game to exist, and I'm having a fun time making it, so who can stop me? What's going wrong? Oh shoot. I put a space bar there. Shouldn't have done that. There we go. Uh-oh. Well, that should be all right. There we go. Cool. I recently, pals, art style's looking good. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of gameplay to it as well. I can show you some early stuff from the game, just running around. So this is what the game looks like in motion. And I'm happy with it. Like, we've got a 2.5 hour demo. already that people have played and really enjoy. We've got music and sound effects in this chapter. We've got story and enemies and all of that. Quests and inventory stuff and dungeons and still in development, obviously. Very classically styled kind of action adventure game. I'll show you some more. There's also special powers in the game you can unlock to make platforming much more creative platforming stuff. So there are like puzzles in the game. This is just the beginning, so you don't need any of those powers yet. But later on in the game, it becomes much more of like a puzzle platforming kind of thing. So like these enemies here all have powers, and the powers, you unlock them to do cool stuff. So like an example would be later on. Skip this. You learn these abilities, and then when you defeat an enemy, you can steal that ability that the enemy has to get around the level. So now we can use this charge to get across the gap. You can use wall ride to go up. Chain things together. Stuff like that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm blocking in the third chapter. There's 5 chapters of gameplay, and I'm blocking in chapter 3 because my team, they have to wait for me a lot of the time to get the content done. Well, to determine the content so that they can do it. So we were doing chapter 2, we got most of the way through, but there's so much content that I still have to sign off on before I can give it to them to create the assets for, that I just need a bit of time to create some runway for them. And I also need some more funding. But that's what I'm kind of doing in the meantime. I wanted to say, chat, the other day I posted a video about game assets, pixel art game assets, and somebody mentioned like VRAM as a concern for not atlasing your sprites. And they were like, my game has portraits that are 400 by 500 pixels, and my game has 8 gigabytes of VRAM that it uses when it's running. And I was like, that can't be right. And I checked the VRAM usage for Insignia, and it's not 8 gigabytes. It's like 1.5. But I realized that like even 1.5, I can do much better. And there were some really old assets that I want to get out of the project that don't need to be there. Like really old ones that take up a lot of space because I didn't know how to do certain things. Hey, Kai Cool, thank you so much for the sub. So I'm going to just push these changes, adds levels for chapter 3, level stubs. And this is like, there are like I mean, we can see it ourselves, right? If I just press play in any level, pause it, go to the analysis profiler, go to memory and look at the texture memory usage. You can see it's at 1.3 gigs. And you can debug this with the memory profiler. I don't want to capture a snapshot. There was a way to do it without capturing a snapshot, because snapshots create a whole additional asset that's like 100 megabytes. I didn't want that. Anyway. Can I do deep profile? Is that going to work? Point is, I figured out where a lot of memory is being created for no reason. So the biggest issues that I had were, like, you can still see there's like 1.26 gigs, 3,000 textures running in the scene right now. That's a lot of textures, and some of them are really big. And mostly it's because I have my singleton has a bunch of stuff in it. Like, all of the UI is being held inside of the game engine all the time, right? So all of the game's UI is held in memory, every single screen. That's one thing. Two is that I have this effect that I'm really embarrassed about. It's this one. It's an entire sprite sheet of a black screen with a circle zooming in and coming out. Okay? That's all it is. It's one PNG that's literally 4K. It doesn't need to exist. I could mask this without doing it this way. So I thought we'd create a quick shader to do this with no textures. We'll use literally one shader and we don't have to have any asset textures to make this work. I'm pretty sure. So let's do that. This is so expensive. This is like, in terms of like, it's like 100 megabytes, I think, or something stupid like that. 20, 30 megabytes of VRAM that's just dedicated to this thing going, whoop. So, two ways we could do it. We could fill the screen with black and then mask in a circle. I kind of have that already happening. When you're in the tutorial. Okay, let's do this. Okay. This moment here. So I don't love this because this is not pixelated. It's very smooth. I'd like to see if I could use a shader to sharpen this off. I just want to try something first, you know. I just want to see if I can try it to make it work. So let's just go to like a scrap level, and we don't have to lock in for this. We can chat. And I'll go to my sketchpad. The other thing that was really expensive that I, didn't really think about was all of these textures are loaded in all the time. Like hundreds of big PNGs. These are like, you know, like a megabyte each, some of these. Some of them are 5 megs or something like that, uncompressed. Because the map uses them. So like the map existing in the scene means I have like so much VRAM being taken up just by that. They load fast because they're always accessible, but they're just sitting there in memory not being used most of the time. So I need to be a little bit more efficient about that. It's not about level transitions. It's just about like opening and closing the map, really. The level transitions thing is a thing, but that's not what the spotlight's for. The spotlight is for when you get a new item. Armin like puts his hand up in the air and the camera like zoop, looks at him. Probably don't even need it, to be honest. It's just like a thing that I have in the game that I spotlight the player character sometimes when you do something important. Okay. So, we can use a sprite renderer for this, but it's going to have a square texture, which is just an empty, just a rectangle like this. And we're going to make it as big as we want it. So let's make it 10 by 10, just massive if we want. Put it on the UI layer. And then we're going to give it a shader. So do I have anything for Spotlight yet? No. Shaders, shaders, new folder called Spotlight. Create shader graph, URP sprite unlit shader graph, Spotlight shader. So I didn't know how to use shaders at all when I started this project, and that Spotlight effect is from 2016. It's from like the first year that I worked on the game. I was just learning how to use Unity at the time. I didn't know much about game engines at all. So the way we want to do this is just have a float for radius, a vector 2 for position, and then that's literally it. I mean, like a float called alpha if we want. So let's do I mean, it's literally this. It's literally this. So easy. Is that, yeah. Like literally that's it. Rate alpha is going to get passed into this. So take that. This color node is, usually you'd use the vertex color. So maybe I'll just actually leave it white. And then take the alpha and then multiply A with B. And just do that. I don't even think I need to do anything there. And then the position is where we move this to. So the position is technically like the UV. So it's UV, and then we subtract the position from the UV. So as I move the position like that, it moves around. Hooray. We probably don't even need that, to be honest. We could just make it centered and then just move the texture to be centered on screen. But it'll be better this way because we don't have to make the thing bigger than the screen at that point. We could just make it always show where it needs to. So, and then radius is going to go into vector 2, X and Y, and pass that. Don't even need that. Whoops. Just going into both. And then let's call it 1. Cool. Okay, we're using position, alpha, and radius. Done. Save it. Let's now bring it onto our square. Spotlight shader. And let's set up, we want to create a new material that uses the shader and call it spotlight material. So we can edit the properties. And then we're going to drag this in here and we're going to set the properties to be 1. Okay, go to the square and then set whatever color we want. That doesn't seem to do anything. So we're going to go over to here, click that, go here, and then instead of nothing for the color, we are going to pick the vertex color and pass that in there. Save it. Okay, now there's our square. Does that do anything? Nope. That's very annoying. I thought color was vertex color. I guess I was wrong. That's really weird. Oh wait, no, this is sprite lit default. Well, still didn't do what I wanted it to do, so. That's so weird. It's right there. Do we save it? I'm so confused by that. Wait, oh, there we go. There's the vertex color. Well, hang on a second. If I do this red, is that, no, that's multiplying twice. So actually we don't need to do that, I don't think. I think we can delete this, save it, make this white, save that, and then go here, and that's the color we want. So now I literally just pick the color I want, and that'll work. Sweet. So then my goal is when I do this, for this to not care at all. And then, so it's not UV, I think it's object space. So like world pos, pass that in as the UV. And then we can subtract this by this. This can be 2D. And then this position. So first we can subtract that or add that to that, and that gives us that. And then we can subtract this from that to do what we want with the position. So I can move this now left and right. Once I plug it in, 0, 0, X, perfect. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, now it doesn't matter where we put this. This just needs to be where the camera is, and the spotlight just exists in world space. So now we need to subtract, we need to basically plug in the position in world space of the player character to make this work. So we need like a, something to pass this in. So let's call it spotlight helper manager. Why don't you use camera space for that? Well, because I need the player position anyway to pass in, because the spotlight's going to go over the player character. So one way or another, I will always need to be passing in the player character's position. So whether that's in screen space or world space, it's easier in world space because that's how it's already set up. I did it again. I have this problem where I somehow keep creating extra desktops. Okay. I don't know what it is. I think it's like Windows key Control Shift D or something does that. All right, so public material, spotlight material, and then int material position ID, and then position ID equals that, and then material to, and this is going to be like engine.player character dot position. And is that shared material? I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. Yeah, it does work. Look, it's following us. Amazing. Oh, dude, that actually helps me out with something else I wanted to do. I wanted to do the, to mask in a shadow over the player when they're behind obscure geometry. So I can take the spotlight textureless and I can literally copy it and then go to camera rig and then go and paste it here at 0, 0, and then just make it like 640, 6.4 by 3.6 or whatever. Doesn't really matter what it is. It just matters that it's as big as the actual camera. So I'll have to do some sort of like function that resizes it or can get the dimensions from some global thing. But now I can delete this, press play, and now it'll just be that all the time. How cool is that? Okay. So now the next thing we need to do is have some sort of like state machine, not state machine, but like, yeah, I guess some sort of basic state system to allow us to zoom in and zoom out. You know, maybe we have 2 animation curves that we're sampling from, but it's just encoding what happens, you know, in a Unity animation or with the script itself. So, like, let's do public float time. And then we're going to make this a slider range 0, 1, and then public animation curve, in curve. We have another one called out curve. And then another ID, which is radius. Okay, and then material set float radius, and then it's in curve dot evaluate time. Okay. So the in curve is going to be pew. So like, I guess we need like a start size and an end size, or some multiple of the original. It needs to be in a space that makes sense. So we want to be able to overshoot and undershoot. So we've got, I suppose we could map between 2 numbers and then not clamp, and that might do it. So let's just do it as 0 to 1 at the moment. So it's literally like something like this, except instead of that, it's this. Edit key, 1, 0, perfect. Edit key, whoop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bro, where'd you go? Zero. Okay. So over 1 second, it's going to do the thing. But I want it to go like both tangents free, both tangents weighted. And we're going to do something that looks like that. It's going to go phew. So it's going to overshoot right at the bottom and then sit where we need it to go. What the heck? Why did that not do what I wanted it to do? Oh, man. Okay, try that again. The best laid plans. Okay. And then that's good. So if I go back, I need to do two things here. It needs to be like int start or float start wide radius. And then float spot. And then like subject radius. So these are going to be in pixels or like world space radius. So the it's okay. R float R, and then it's equals helpers map. Time's going to go from 0 to 1 to wide radius. Yes. Other way around though. Wait, no, that's correct. No. Wide radius to subject radius. Perfect. Yes, over time it's going to get to that from A to B. Okay. Give it a go. So, where's our camera? Where's our spotlight? Why did the curve go away? What is happening over here? Can you just not do that? So lame. Now, let's double check we've got our things hooked up correctly. So radius is called underscore radius. And I don't think we're actually, we are feeding that in. If I set this up, that should already be working. Time. Wide. Oh, but I'm not sampling the thing. So it's in curve dot evaluate time. Okay, not that that should make a difference, to be honest. It should still work. I don't know why we're not getting anything. Is it because, are we on camera? We are. 0, 1. Very annoying. Okay. Oh, it's all 0. Okay. Well, that's not very good. Are we sampling out curve or in curve? In curve. Evaluate time. Goes from wide to flat. Oh, I didn't set these up. Oops. That's stupid. So like 10. No, it should be like camera main dot. It's not scene ortho size. Well, maybe it is. Well, let's call it 10. Screw it. It's just 10 or 5. 5 as a radius is massive. And then this equals 0.32f or whatever. Let's call it 6.4. All right. That might need to be recompiled to make that work. I probably should have exposed those properties as public so I could drag around. Okay, we've got something. So this is going 0 to 5 all the way to 3210. But we're not seeing that it's working in that it's trying to do it, but radius ID as underscore radius doesn't seem to be doing what I want it to do. So radius is underscore radius. If I make that a bigger number, it should go bigger. That looks right to me. If I look at the material, radius is still 0.64. If I make the radius, well, it's stuck at 0.64. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So if I turn this off and go back to the spotlight material, I can increase the radius? No. I can increase the alpha. I can't change the position. Even though this is off? What the heck? That doesn't make sense. Why can't I change these? Except for the alpha. Oh, have I got one in the scene? Ah, stupid me. I have 2 of these in the level. That's why I was like, where did my property go? Because one was in the prefab version and one was just like sitting around. And they were both affecting the same material, so they were fighting with each other. Stupid me. Okay. So now, here we go. We got this and we can go, meow, wing. So cool. Yo, Ed, thank you so much for the sub. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's make these public just for fun. And it cost me nothing. No more VRAM. It used to cost me 30 megabytes. Now it costs me no megabytes. We need a background. That's a background. Yeah. So again, you can watch it bounce. See that little bounce at the end? Now comes the fun part. We want to do this, but I don't know if this is mathematics or a texture. If it's maths, we might not be able to quantize it very easily. If it's a texture, it might be fine. I mean, other way around. If it's maths, we definitely can quantize it. If it's a texture, we can't. I'll need to create a new little function that's very clever. So using like sine and cosine. I have a feeling it's probably right? It's probably using maths to do that circle. So what we want to do is see if we can quantize. Yeah, that's crap. Yeah, you seeing that? It's kind of like trying really hard to do it, but there's floating point space that it seems to be almost like sampling within. So like I don't know exactly why this happens, but can you see how like it's almost like it's trying to sample space that is like, I don't know, like smoother or something like that. I mean, that's what quantizing is supposed to quantize, right? It shouldn't matter what it's doing, but there's something about the way that it's doing it where when you look at this as a 2D sample, I think it becomes more obvious. Where maybe we make this like, I don't know, 4x4 or like 20x20. See here. Actually, no. I don't want to trick myself again. There's a visual banding glitch that happens here to your eyeballs. It's not a real thing. It's like an eye glitch. The question is, does this color, yeah, it never changes. You seeing that in the bottom left? It's literally the same color. To our eyes, this looks darker than this, but it's the same color. We're just not good at seeing things. Yeah. How can pictures be real if our eyes aren't real? You can see, if you zoom in close enough, you can see it doesn't change. As soon as you zoom out, it looks like a bunch of like curved spaces. So, okay. Eyeballs, fix that. This is quantized correctly. So then what the hell is happening? Why are we getting, I mean, that looks great, right? That looks exactly like what I want it to see. It's literally perfect. So then what is it that's screwing up? It could be that the base texture that the thing is using, this square, might need to be none. I don't know if that's even possible. Or like something that's like 1080p even. Could be that. What if I make it just white pixel? I think I have a thing called like pixel. Seems to be the exact, it doesn't really matter what the dimensions of the thing is, right? It's wrong for some reason that we need to figure out. Doesn't really matter what picture we're using. It's just doing something funky. Can anybody guess what's happening here? Is anybody smart enough to know what the hell's going on? Like, this is correct, but it's not giving the correct look. Maybe this requires a clamping to happen here somewhere. I can try one other thing here to replace the ellipse node with something like, gosh, let's just pass in the same stuff here. It might not be any better because the implementation is probably the same. Yeah, same problem. It's like almost right, but it's not right. And like here is perfect. Like this is looking exactly what it looks like. But see how it's like a little fuzzy? Like surely that's the preview, right? Not what's actually being processed. The graph, good question. The graph precision is single. Should it be half? Does that change anything? No. It's not point clamping. What does that mean? What's strange to me is that I don't think I have this problem with other graphs in the game that are similar to this. Like if I go to one of these, this does not have that problem. See this? This is me quantizing noise space. I'm not seeing any tearing there or there. That looks perfect to me. Same nodes. I mean, that's not perfect, but I think it's just because it's wobbling. Well, it's not amazing. This looks fine, right? There's no weirdness going on here. That looks absolutely perfect. So I don't think it's my quantize node. If we look at the shader, what are we doing? Main text, quantize pixelate the texture, and then do noise, blah, 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 done. So I'm still using this quantize pixelate, but here I'm doing it, I mean, I'm literally just chucking the UV in, but maybe it's the UV is different from world space. as sampling state, where the GPU is forced to pick the nearest exact pixel for pixel art. I mean, I don't really understand if that's... I don't know if that's true. Like, where in the pipeline is that vulnerability? Because it works in other shaders using the same components. I mean, it's stretching. It's not an image, first of all. This is not a picture. This is maths. It is using a sprite that's stretched to just serve as the texture space, but that sprite is not what's being sampled. Yeah, no, it's not a sprite. It's literally just, I'm pretty sure it's just maths. But I mean, we can try something. So maybe I'll just recreate an ellipse using mathematics. So we could say like UV, and then we go take the y-axis, I guess. How did I do this? That's called, sorry, my brain's just, the brain is not, it's ticking over, but it's not firing. I need to, what's that thing called? Not clamp, step. Let's just take like, split this, take R, go in. Okay. So if I take this and I subtract the position, which is going to be, well, I'll just subtract half. And then I don't know what that is. Take the X and the Y and subtract . Point five. And then step that. My brain can only think one dimension at a time. Let's just start with the y-axis. And then this number is the distance. Or even magnitude. Bro, my brain is just not doing it today. Like, I know how to do this stuff, but I just can't visualize it today. All I want to do is offset this by half. Usually that should be by adding, I think, half. Right, and then I want to preview that, whatever. I want to take all of this and I want to step based on the distance it is from 0. And distance in this case is like Pythagoras theorem, but you can just normalize a vector to get its distance. So, I mean, that even should be possible without any of this. You should be able to see that even here. If I just take this and I normalize it, and then I step in. I mean, am I almost there? It's not quite right, is it? Let's split it and do that. Well, I think this is all correct. I think this is actually fine. It's only this that I'm doing anything with. There's no math between the quantize and the ellipse. It's just moving some numbers around. There's no multiplication or factoring or anything. I think I need to quantize the UV after you add the position, I think, because Armin's position could lie halfway between a pixel, which is what's causing the per pixel tearing. Oh, you're so smart. You're so smart. You're actually totally right. I think you're already right. You just got there straight away, didn't you? I think that might be right. Have I got deja vu? Did we have this conversation like a month ago, and we had the exact same exchange? Bow. Nice try though. That was a really good hunch though. Squiggy, I've been playing Mina the Hollower. It's so good. It took me a while to get into it. It's really brutal, but I really like it. I have a feeling it's something to do with how this is calculated. That's why I'm trying to do this. Oh, thanks, BG Cells. Thank you. You got there. That was my hunch too. Shader graph preview position to 0.5. This position. I mean, it still looks really good. I think with this, I think I need to split, and I think I need to take this. And this. And then like add but it's not add. Well, that's just going to do the same thing, isn't it? What the hell? What the hell is my brain doing today? Ah! I need to find the distance, which is what you do when you normalize a vector. Why is that wrong? Take this, normalize it. That should be curved space, right? Then I take the magnitude of this, right? Or like clamp, like what's the word, step in at like 0.5, 0.5. Why am I seeing that? I guess what I want it to be is like, I want the split this, that plus that, step that. That's not what I want. I think it's angle that I'm doing here, not distance, when I normalize this for some reason. I don't know why is that? Let me turn my brain on for a second. Distance, I guess it really is a squared plus b squared, the square root of that. I literally do Pythagoras to do this. Or the alternative is I do sine of like whatever. And then I well, you would think I mean, it does have them. But then the distance between what and what? That's what I don't understand. I guess it's the distance. Oh, hang on a second. It's the distance between the world position and the Armin position. That's what I need. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Is that what I want? Dude, it's literally right there. What the hell? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, my brain. Holy shit. Adam. Hang on. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I promise. Right? And then I can just like move this where I want. Dude. And then clamp this. Step that. By some value. Let's just do this twice. Or, I mean, we could just quantize this. I don't think I got that right. It's the space we want to do that with, right? So maybe it actually is before the step. Dude, I'm so like... My brain just really... I don't know what's going on with me these days. Sometimes it just doesn't work. You know, like you just can't... everything is spatial to me. So if I can't like spatialize it properly, I just can't do it. So that is quantizing, but it's not quantizing the dimensions because it has to happen before the UV. So this multiply, divide, floor literally is the quantize function. And I think I really do need to quantize both of these separately. I think that's just what I have to do. Or I do the... Well, you could... Well, it's not the distance. You have to quantize both, I think, separately. That should get you a number. That's what we're hoping for here. So if I take this, another... If I make it like 20... Didn't like that. Must have to be a vector. I'm actually wrong again. It's not that. Nope, I just didn't plug it in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, cheers. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, pals. I'm so sorry. Jesus. Oh gosh. Just not on today. Just not sharp enough, huh? Far out. Okay, that is looking perfect. Hooray. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I couldn't do it without you. We're not plugging the radius in yet, though. But that's not the radius, is it? Oh, I guess it is. Okay. New. So that's pixel perfect. Hooray. God, how embarrassing. Okay. So, yeah, of course it was distance. Of course. And I probably could do the quantize somewhere else. I'm just not smart enough to think about where it goes. Okay. So, now, dude, did everyone did everyone catch up on why I'm doing this? Someone commented on a recent video of mine about VRAM usage with one of the strategies that I had, and I wasn't sure about what the VRAM usage of Insignia was, and I saw it and it was like 1.2 gigs, and I'm like, we could do better than that. And I noticed there were two massive culprits for it. One was literally this texture, because it's holding like a 4K amount of space in memory all the time. It's like 20 megs or something stupid like that, uncompressed. And the other was shader graph, not shader graph, scene graph. All of these are in memory all the time. We definitely could bring it down to like 400 meg, guaranteed. Guaranteed we can get it down to 400. So I just want to get rid of this in particular, this screen spotlight. No, all the scene previews were loaded all the time. They're little snapshots. So if I pull this all the way out, that's pretty good. I don't like that it snapped like that. That's no good. If we move fast enough, you could see it on the corners there for one frame. So maybe we should also have the alpha disappear with the curve. So like, well, we'll figure that out. How about actually the playback of this thing? So I imagine this needs to be, it's kind of it's a state-based thing, right? It moves in, it moves out. It's also global. So it's kind of scary because, well, how do we do it now? Let's have a look. Item get. Item get. Set up item sprite from sequence. That's the icon of the item. And then screen effect spotlight in. So it's literally telling a Retrobox animator to show a full screen thing on the scene. And then after it tells it to go away. I guess instead I could just put that on the engine script or as a singleton and just tell it to do something. So like public static instance equals this. Very good. There's only going to be one of them. So we're going to need two functions, public void spotlight in, public void spotlight out, and then we need a anim, and then we say anim equals new simple animation goes from 0 to 1. Let's call it like 7 seconds. This is using the, I think, linear. Call it linear, but we could also use the curve. Yeah, okay. False, true. Okay, anim.play. And then now, we could use a state-based system here, but we could just use some sort of a, well, maybe it's the best way to do it. No, I'll just run the animations. So like if anim.animating anim.update and then run these, and then instead of time it's anim.value, and that's going to go from 0 to 1. No, this has to be on whatever, well, it's actually anim.evaluate. Or just value, yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. And then we have a public sprite renderer. And we just say sprite dot color equals get alpha color. There you go. Ellipse has anti-aliasing via dividing by f-width. Okay. Okay. We probably don't need this base color check. We just save ourselves the effort there. Go. Okay, so now I want to check a boolean that says public debug in equals public bool debug in if debug in spotlight in false. Perfect. Anim question mark. Try that one more time. Yay! Sprite renderer. Sweet. Now, why doesn't it stop when it does that? when it's finished, why doesn't it just say, well, it just is that same color? And is it the color that's the problem? I also wanted to do this time. Equals anim.value. Or even anim.time. T. Yeah. So why at 1, at a T of 1, why does that go transparent? Because the sprite color only happens once. Hey, Gigabit, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Alpha color goes from whatever it is. We're mapping sub R from that to that. R goes all the way to there. As long as this is animating. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. It's not like I'm telling it to be something else in the meantime. Let's have a look at the material when I do this. It's still got all the values that it's supposed to have. I think. Oh wait, radius is 5. Ooh, is there a way I can like bring this over here? Lock it. Make a new one. Inspector. And then go spotlight textureless. And then I want to watch this when I press play. Okay, it is snapping out at a certain point. I'm creating a spotlight effect in the game. And right now, it keeps snapping on its own. So it must be that somehow we're mapping, wait, the float radius equals R, that equals anim.value, 1, 0, radius, subject radius. Anim.value, I mean, what is the value? Does this... Snapping? I mean, it's just like changing the behavior. Well, that doesn't make sense either, because look at this. 1. Collapse that. Hang on. Oh, there we go. That's no good. I think value is being clamped to 1 when it finishes. This finish. I think I must be doing something where I'm trying to be fancy. Target value. So what's target value? It thinks it's heading towards 1, but it's actually not heading towards 1. So target value equals... I see. So when we set up a curve, we need to set the target to the curve's final key point. Hey, welcome, Arne Arnson. unanswered. Set function. Yeah, so this set function happens. Ooh. Wow, this is bad. Oh. Huh. Ah, I see. Wow. That is interesting. This is totally incompatible with how the API that I wrote works. It's not even right. Okay, because what I do here is I set a target value. When I create the shader, I say it goes from 0 to 1. That's the target. But the target actually is something completely different. But what I'm doing is I'm lerping along this curve in a way that's supposed to get me to my target value. But actually, that's not what happens at all. When I evaluate, it asks, okay, which curve are we using? When it's a custom curve, it maps t from 0 to 1. Okay, so it maps the time, and then it goes helpers.map curve time to 0 to 1 start value, target value. Wait a second. So it's mapping the curve from whatever it's doing, 0 to 1, to wherever it's headed. Well, in this case, this is actually starting at 1, ending at 0. So if I say target value is 1, it's going all the way to, it's not heading there. It's heading to 0 and then snapping to 1 at the end. Okay. So maybe we should say instead value equals target. When we go to finish, maybe we just don't do this line anymore. We evaluate at 1 instead. That will solve it. Cool. Anyway, I'm sure that won't hurt anything in the game. I'm sure everything will be fine if I do that, and nothing will break. Just change the fundamental thing that I use to animate everything in the game. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So the out curve is going to be kind of like just that, I guess. I think what I was trying to do was clamp the output. And I just went, well, whatever you were heading towards, that's where you should be. But that's not actually what I want to happen in that context. In every other context, it should do that. But it should do that by evaluating towards that. Like, there shouldn't be a difference between those two things, you know what I mean? Okay, making progress. What if I just make that exactly what it is? Melt away. That's kind of even better. I just want that to be a lot faster. So we can do that by setting up the speed here. Make this 5. So easy. So 3 and 0.64. Okay. And then this, oh man, hang on. Apply that. Okay, cool. This little in bounce, I kind of want it to go faster and hang a little bit longer. Sort of zip up at the end. Unity doesn't, but the hot reload plugin does. It's like $30, or at least it was when I got it. Oh, we broke it. Amazing. Oh wait, actually, I'm in the wrong view. Let's see what I did in my spotlight thing. Oh, I did a bit of an overshoot into the... Okay, that's kind of fun. So actually, it's one more keyframe into the little... And then you know what would be really cool if we quantized this so that it looked like it was hand-drawn. Is that what I did? What? What? Yeah, but it settles. It settles really gently. Goes really small and then overshoots and just settles. Like that. Let's slow it down a little. Yep. But then we want to pick up a little bit faster. get there a little quicker. It's crazy how like much control I have as an animator. You know what I mean? Like getting to this point, drawing it in, like drawing it in Sprite 7 years ago, I knew what I wanted in a way that was easier than this. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to me. You would think it would be, I don't know, like harder to get it to feel so good. That's cool. That's cool, man. I like it. Let's shrink it down a little bit more. Yeah, man. I don't think I can complain with that. I could probably make it a little bit more dramatic, push it out a little bit, and then shorten it just a bit. Maybe like 0.67, you know? Like 2/3 of a second. Or maybe like just bring this a little bit over and make this not quite as steep. Yeah, perfect. With the power of 6/7, we got there, chat. Now, let's hope I didn't just ruin that. Perfect. What's the radius on this thing? Excuse me. It's... I can't tell. How many pixels is this thing? 100 and... What is... Bro, how do I go back to 0, 0? Okay, that's my selection. So my selections... Wait, nope. Okay, that's it there. It's 220. Oh, geez. That feels kind of big. Maybe the radius is half that. So 100 pixels is probably... So 96 is good. Make it a little tighter, I guess. Okay. So now it's spotlight in, spotlight out is all I have to do. That's great. And then we started off at 0 so that it's not affecting anybody. And then I can just go boing. Pew. Pew. Amazing. I would like to quantize the time a little bit so it feels a bit snappier, but we might lose. You have to know when the snapshots go. So I suppose we could manually quantize it, like step it where we want it to be. We could even look at this and see how we did it. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 keyframes. So it's 10 points along this where we just drop a keyframe where we want it to be. We could literally do it. We could just take like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you could then make all of them constant instead of linear. And then you would have it. That would be exact. But let's not do that right now. I think there is actually a quantize feature here. If I add one more comma, there's a step. Here, maybe? No, not there. What am I looking at? It's here, maybe? Step. If I say 10, I wonder if it's smart enough to do that. Wow, it actually is. It might actually work. It does work, but as I suspected, you can't just step it and then have that do what it needs to do. You kind of need to know where the keyframes are. Otherwise, you're just going to get unphotogenic results. But good to know we could have done it. Okay. Let's now plug this in and delete that spotlight thing. Screen effect. That's literally just looking for a screen effect and saying play on this. Wonder if I can just delete these. Where else do I use the spotlight? I wouldn't even know where else in the game. Can I like find references in project? Hey, Mr. D-Boy. Okay, anyway. I think it's just on a new item. I think it is. So then I just need to send, instead of doing this animation, the tough part is this is gonna, we need to send a message. This is old school stuff. Let's call it 0.8, and it's item spotlight in. Let's do that. No, that's spotlight out. At 0.5. So this goes up, 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 and delete. Okay, let's see if we, this is so delicate. Okay, engine gets a function called public void item spotlight in. Hey, Lathe. I know it's 4:30 whenever you message. That's how I know it's 4 p.m. Okay. So, did we replace it altogether? Let's find out. Hmm. No. I need to get an item now that's maybe in a chest. Okay. First try. Amazing. But not happy with the color. This is it. I think it's supposed to be like 1111C or something like that. Or we can make it 0. What do we think? I think full black isn't right. Whatever this color is that we're looking at. The settings fader is, yeah, 11111C. I use that a lot. So let's go to the camera and set that to that. That actually got brighter. You see that? It could also be that it's whether it's a lit shader or not. Okay, also, I think we can make this a little bit shorter, 7.5. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, that's a bit strange. Oh, okay. Keep trying. Do you have a video or something explains the background a bit? Yeah, hey, so if you go to my channel, this channel, that shows you a lot about kind of like where I'm at and what I do and that kind of thing. Wow, it's really that close. We can tell after point like 7.8. Like it's not that close, is it? It can't be. I can feel it for sure. It feels like I'm waiting an extra half a second. It's way off. But if I go like 7.9, surely that's the only number between 7.8 and 8.0. Hey, Elzak. It ended too soon. So let's make it like 8.5. Wait, that's going to wait too long, isn't it? Right. So like, maybe I'm thinking like 6.5 or like 6.0. There we go. That's what we want. I went the wrong direction. Perfect. So, The color is still not right. Let's have a look at what the original color was. 1111118. I mean, if that's what the color was, I can make it that. I also want to just make sure that it's not responding to the screen color. Like, this material should be unlit, which I'm certain that it is unlit. Yeah, it's unlit. So whatever it is what it is. The only other option could be that we're drawing something over the top of it. So it's on UI 0, but maybe it should be on... I think it should be on UI. If I go to the screen effect, its renderer is on shade -1. Okay, well, let's go for that then. Which is actually lower than that, but that's fine. So, okay. 111111, was it 8? Okay. That feels like a strangely, you know, it's like a slightly darker color, but I don't use that color anywhere else. So like, that's just what it was in the game already. Okay, question, chat. Should this be full black or a near black color that I use in other places around the game? Like this color here is not full black. So you want to see the black bars and you want to see that color. You like it where it is. Same as this color up here. Dude, it's crazy playing Mina the Hollower, how much black is in that. Like, if you have an OLED monitor and you're playing Mina, prepare to save energy because your power bill's going way down. You would expect to not see the bars. It seems like near black is the popular option, but let's be clear, near black means you see bars. If I look at this color, this is brighter somehow. This is 12121F. I agree, Game Largo. Like for me, whenever I see the black bars coming in and out off the top, I think of that as this is a cutscene that's doing something to the game world, and you can't see it, but if I turned off the overlay, you know, to me, that's like an anamorphic thing to do with how the screen is being presented, like in the movies. And then this is like something else. Okay, well then we agree. It sounds like we all agree. Cool. Well, that's great. I just saved myself like 20 megs of VRAM. Because I used to do that with a giant sprite sheet. One sec. Yo, I'm back. Hey, Elzak. Are you there? I'm going to need help. There's a problem. There was one other thing that's eating a ton of VRAM. Can you guess what it is? It's all the map. I'll need to figure out some way to unload the map when I'm not using it. Or otherwise compress them in a way that they can still be shown. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do that. All of these snapshots, I guess I've got none set on the compression, but maybe they don't need to be none. Maybe I can compress them. I actually don't know. I would hope to do that. Yeah, only load what's in view. I just don't know. Hang on a second. Let me just try something here. If I just press that and just compress all of those. And then max size them down to 2048 and apply that. Maybe that will just save me like literally 3/4 of the space they were taking up. They're still visible. That looks the same to me. I wonder how much VRAM I'm using right now then. The textures have gone up. What? After all that, we have more textures? We did drop 100 megs. Hang on, let me go back to the scene that I was in before. My baseline. We dropped 100 meg. There's still a lot of textures. What's going on? That's like, there was like 2,000 before, 2,500. Now there's like 3,000, 4,000. Oh, did it actually? Still the same amount of texture. Did it deselect it? Oh, shit. Okay, you're right. Wait, is it recreating them somehow? When I apply this, maybe it's unassigning them because it's retaking the snapshots with... Oh, no. It's re-importing them every time using settings that I don't want it to. Ruh-roh. Okay, well, or maybe it's just because the game's running. I don't know. Let's have a look. Try one more time. Nah, doesn't like that. Okay, so this is our graph, our shader graph. It's just not shader graph. Scene graph is... What is doing this? Maybe I need to find out where the snapshot is being taken. That's only if one doesn't exist. Yeah. This is certainly a problem that I don't want to come with me into the next build or just in the future, because I'm adding a lot of scenes right now. Looks like it's just happening here. I guess I could just make a new one. So I could just go... what's this called? This is snapshot. Snapshot importer. And then use normal quality. I'm working on making files smaller in my game. Okay. So... Hey, Good EV Games. Thanks for the follow. Oh, this is taking a long time. I don't know what I'm... Okay, that seemed okay. Okay, what's happening over here? That's our file. Click it. Inspector. Still default settings. What is making these... Like if I just take a bunch of them, just like these ones, and make them normal quality 2048 apply. Why are they getting snapped back? Oh, this is a script that I wrote that is a hierarchy processor that creates these dividers. Pretty neat, huh? I don't know what's happening. I do not know why they're re-importing immediately. All right. So, that did nothing. Let's just get rid of all that. And then I don't know if this is worth anything. I mean, that's a new preset. So adds snapshot importer preset for new levels to compress new snapshots on creation. We can test that by adding a new level and seeing if it affects the compression size of that new one. So like, I'll just call it like Nazo Dungeon 1 or something like that. And level template scene with gray box tiles. Go here, go to scene meta, add. Check the snapshot, and it is not, it's overwritten. All right, expliquez-moi. Okay, the Reaper points is two separate causes, and the main one is project-wide preset behavior. The project has a global default preset for every texture importer in the project settings asset. That preset has no filter, so it applies broadly. The GUID there resolves to asset sprite importer preset, so not the snapshot specific preset. The snapshot import code is broken. Tries to load a texture importer from assets snapshot importer, but the actual asset is .preset. That's a preset, not a texture importer. So the intended snapshot specific reimport path is not actually a snapshot in the settings. Snapshots are regenerated by writing PNG bytes and forcing a refresh of the scene instance collection inspector and scene instance collection. So whenever a snapshot is created or imported, Unity falls back to the project's default texture importer. What I did not find is any snapshot specific asset post processor or any editor hook that would separately reset these textures after you edit them. The only relevant controller in the repo is the preset system, plus that broken import routine. One useful detail. Existing snapshot textures do not have meta files. For example, Armin's house snapshot png.meta. So normal content updates should preserve importer settings. That means if they're snapping back, the likely reason is a reimport path that is reapplying the broad default preset, not missing meta files. If you want, I can next point to the exact code change needed to use the snapshot preset instead of the global sprite default. Yeah, okay. Do that. In the meantime, if I... Oh, not there. If I reset your position to 0, 0, and your position to 0, 0, and then say snap to geo, that should fix that. It should put this there, and that there, and then what are you doing? I mean, sure, but this doesn't have a texture importer, does it? Is there a way I can search the things that I can create here? Like, what even is a texture importer? I've never even heard of that. Like, I know what a preset is. Dude, this thing sucks. Where even would I find this? Where even would I look for it? Immediately no. Okay. I think I'll just roll that back. Well, hello. Maybe not. Hello. Maybe I just have to accept that we're stuck in this. We're doing this right now. So until I can fix it, not much I can do. Snapshot does have a meta. This is for import snapshots. So if I go scene instance collection and then import snapshots, kabooey, will it do it? Surely it's gonna say, oh, I couldn't find the importer because I didn't make one. I never made one. Well, it's definitely trying. Do you have any scripts by chance dynamically creating sprites at runtime? I don't know. Okay, now. Well, it never said that it couldn't. But I bet you if I check out these snapshots, I just don't trust it at all. To have import. Whoa, okay. Well, it must have re-imported them, but then immediately they're back at the typical default texture dimensions or whatever. Oh, but that's weird. They've all got a extra. They didn't have that before. They've been imported in a different way now. I hope that didn't screw up anything. So if I go to my scene meta, please don't break. That's the snapshot, so that's good. That's the file. That's the sub sprite. I don't know. Did it log an error at all when it did that? No. I think we got to roll this back. I think it's just causing grief. Whoops. That was a mistake. Should have done that. I think I'll just get rid of this part. We'll have to solve that another time, I think. Nothing I can do about it. In the meantime, I'm making this super complicated. I think I do want to try cleaning this thing out. I don't know how to do that right now without making my life very difficult. If I run this now and then go to assets, we've kind of gone on a tangent here today, chat. Did I just kill Unity? I think I just ruined it. Something about opening up a drop-down menu while trying to start the game hangs the editor in a way that's not fun at all. All right, let's try that again. Okay. Now, let's check that VRAM usage. So, we're looking specifically at texture memory. Wait, this is only 0.6. 600 meg. That's great. Why is that so much smaller? I guess the level's a lot smaller. So, when we take the Unity objects and the textures, system menu open. I wonder what that is. That's a big texture, 32 megs. And then it's literally all the snapshots. These are the maps. So look at this. Each snapshot is somewhere between, we've got like 120 of them. and the largest one is 7 megs, and the smallest one is like 400 kilobytes. Also, what is image sequence? Oh, these are the tutorials. Dude, there's so much of this is just like this stuff I'm sure is fine. It's like everything above, everything from here up. Could be made smaller. System underscore menu underscore open. What the hell is that? Dude, I don't even use this. That's ancient. The closest thing I have is this, literally this sprite. Which is... $17. Okay. Well, let's take system menu open 17. Jesus. Biggest sprite in the game. 30 megs of VRAM. Gone. Okay. Okay. Not that I even should care about this stuff. But I just saved everyone like 80 megs of VRAM. So it only took me like 5 hours. Not 5, like 2. You gotta be grateful. down to 800 megs. But I still don't know like what creates all that. Maybe it's the save file loading in the nodes. Like this version we've got still under a gig. And then if I go to like a big scene, I bet you it'll be much bigger. It might just be the level at that point. No. 0.8. What the heck? This one? Bro, you can literally lock up Unity. So replicable. Just try to open a thing before the game starts and you'll lock up a whole engine. Good thing this is a snappy PC. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, we're looking at, wait, still 8 megs, 800 megs. What the hell? So we actually did somehow save ourselves a bunch of memory. Who even knows what this is in the build version as well? It's a homebrew. I made it myself. Okay. I also want to do a version of the game. I'd really love to do a version of the game that supports like 480p. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but one day I want to. This is it here. It doesn't look good. But like, especially if I take away the... Like that actually does look good. That's legit for 480p. You could run this on the CRT TV. Oh. Oh. This is called, what was it called? Spotlight. So like, item get, did I not update that? Did that break when I threw everything out? No, okay. I need to redo this. New event, message, up, up, up. Shit. Up, 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 up. And it's spotlight in, and we did it 0.65, 0.6, and then we did one here, message spotlight out 0.5. Close that, save it. I hope that saves properly this time. I think what I did was I screwed it up by getting rid of the commit. That's not very good. Item spotlight, I see. How do you prevent overthinking small details? You learn, there we go. It's the pain of doing it for so long that you literally cannot do it anymore. Forces you to stop caring. But I still care about things too much. I'm still obsessed. I just spent like 2 hours obsessing over something that I shouldn't have been obsessing over. All right, well, back to grey boxing, I suppose. Back to locking in. Chapter 3. Let's do it. Okay. So there's some game logic here that I would like to add, like locations and stuff like that. But otherwise, okay. So I was here and I was coming back to here to see if this cutscene is in the game. To see if this terrain is in the game. The game has 5 chapters. Okay, this is engine room. And engine room is currently in Nassau tile maps, but I mean, what do I do here? I think, is there even a Nassau Tile map rules? Oh, there is. Okay. Well, why does that not work? Prototype. Prototype. Oh, probably because it's not a 32x. It's a 16. So let's go back to engine room and drag it into grey box. That will just save us a bunch of energy, because then I can open it up and then go, okay, fine, close that and go boom. Nope. Don't save that. Close. Engine room, where are you? Grey box, engine room, boom, boom. No more heartache. And then there we go. Cool. And honestly, you could probably just hide this. With a Boolean unity ignore set to true, click, save, done. But then also, I think I still want the ground renderer to be hidden, because we want the terrain there, but we don't really care about what it looks like. Okay, and that's Giovanni. Cool. So, I mean, maybe we should write some of this text. I feel like I don't actually have the copy. Do I? Yeah. So let's just write it. So Giovanni recognizes Armin. Has heard about him. I need for this to not be kind of stilted and awkward and Rosie's son. That's a good one. Excited to show him the engine room. Armin is curious, interested. A little guarded. Giovanni shows Armin the engine room of the one sec. Maybe of the caravan, explains the mechanisms, raves a little about harmonics and resonance in the engine construction. Armin, being musically inclined, takes an interest one sec, pals. Sorry, my brother's texting. Oh yeah. Okay. Armin music line takes an interest, and the two nerd out for a bit. Armin, this is like, Armin didn't realize that blacksmithing was as, it could be as intellectually in depth as all this. In his mind, since Magnus only ever built swords, Armin assumed that that's all it ever was. Giovanni laughs. He's an innovator. For him and Kenji, Hana, advancing the craft for some time, but traditionally this has been frowned upon / forbidden by the council. I don't know if that's spelled correctly. Cool. That's his excitement. Get them. Cool. So we could split this out into a couple of different cutscenes. The goal for this part of the chapter is, I don't know if none of you watching really get any of this stuff because it's too deep in the story, but basically in chapter 3, do I pay for Unity Pro? Not right now. I will have to when I ship the game, but not before then. So Armin has fled from. Armin is collecting gemstones to encrust into the sword, which makes it like the ultimate weapon. It's very Infinity Gauntlet. He has an emerald from this region. He's in this region looking for a ruby. And these used to be plentiful all over the country, but they've been exhausted and destroyed over years. So he has made his way into this region called Nassau, which is where his mother is from. And he has made his way aboard this like Snowpiercer style train called the Great Caravan, where it's a town that people live within it. So at the front in the engine room is a distant relative of his named Giovanni, who is a blacksmith / engineer who operates the whole thing. And he has in the engine one of the rubies. He has one of the only known crystals left, and he's a keeper of that power, like a sage in Legend of Zelda. So he is very excited to show Armin how this all works, and Armin's very excited to take it on, because it's like the first time he's met someone even close to sort of his age who like gets what he is having to do. There's a bit of like a relation there that otherwise Armin has always had to just listen to other people. So there's almost like a will you be my role model moment here. But they don't get a chance to really flesh that relationship out because Armin has to go, and other spoilers that I don't want to talk about. So at this moment, what I wanted to do was, I guess, I think this is fine. In like chapter 2, you spend a lot of time in the town. It's like you're going back and forth. There's so much stuff happening. In chapter 3, you really breeze through here in like a couple minutes. I just don't know how much I want to create, I guess, something more like a puzzle or a whodunit or a something to slow down your progress through this place. Some sort of a mission, even just one quest that makes you have to sort of like go around and talk to different people, would be great. I just haven't really put much thought into that yet. So, we have the space. And I think, the only issue that I have right now is that it's all taking place on one layer on the ground floor. So as a town, I guess what I want to be able to do is put doors in these and split them off so that you can like go up ladders and end up in upper decks and stuff like that. So I need like what we call Z space, like to go in through a door that takes you up into the second floor where it's much bigger. So it almost should be just like Orenstead is, where, at the ground floor where you're running across is just a rail and all of the rooms go back from there. And so you can get pretty quickly from A to B, but all the... Sorry. Yeah, everything else is like kind of in more detail up inside of it. And I think that's fine. The other way to do it would be to have us up on top. And so you can't see what's inside unless you go along the top and then drop down inside of one. And then you could have like a level where you start up here and you go down inside of it. I'm not really sure what the answer is there. As far as their size, I mean, I guess it just depends on what we'd want to do inside of one of these things. Like, size-wise, they are... That's so cool. I love that. What are we looking at here? 480 by 270. So that's actually like a full screen if this was an interior of the game. So yeah, if I literally go to like one of these and change the zoom. Say of this one to like that's the zoom when you're talking to Rose at Armin's house. And then that's the zoom when you're running around the house. Not quite that. So I think provided we do some sort of a mask where we keep, I would want to black out all the outside. And I'd want to keep the camera like almost totally fixed. Is Unity better than Godot? No, not necessarily. It just depends on what you want to do. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. But I think maybe maybe when we get into one of these levels, we wouldn't want to see the jumping. I think maybe just for the sake of sanity, maybe we'd have the outside bouncing and the inside staying as it is. So I think that's doable. And what that would look like is, do I have like, where is it? This guy here, that's massive. This one? Yeah, like this. Can it be accessing the second floor once you get to the back end? I don't know what you mean by back end. Like you have to go along one way and then up and then along the other way like a snake. Like that. But if yet, I don't speak Russian though, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking more like it would be like, you know, in an actual train, like one of those international cross, you know, Pan-European Orient Express trains. I would make it that it was like this, right? So you go like this, and then you have that going back, right? But then this is split here, and then you have sort of this happening. And then you can't see any of that back layer, because this is like a doorway. So you might have like 2 or 3 of these doors that look like this. And then that's just all paneling. You can't see what's there. So then you can run in, you can run along this, or you go in to go into where the cabins are. That's what I see it as. So that's only like halfway. The other half of the room is that side. And maybe we could do something here as well, some sort of signage or whatever. So because it's a village, these would be shops, you know. Some of them are houses where people live. Some of them are like activity areas, exercise. It might be a pool or something, you know, just to make it weird. So I'm thinking about it like, So this is my concept doc. Oh, I already was referencing Anastasia. I was literally just about to bring it up. So in my mind, it's like Romani caravans, right? And then there should be areas that are open like this, and then areas where it's like this. I don't know what Endura Caravan is, but like Snowpiercer, if you know what that is. It's just like a train that people live on, basically. It doesn't stop, except to like fill up for supplies. So it looks like I already had the ideas for here. Butch Cassidy? It might be. Ah, no, it's Indiana Jones. Young Indiana Jones in the third movie. So this, the way that like, you know, you can sort of walk along one side is what I'm thinking of. And like a ticket inspector could walk along the side of the cabin. That's kind of how I see it. Okay. Very clever. That's right. Grey boxing. Very good. Okay. So I see that working quite well. That's not intimidating for me at all. It might be time for Armin to have a climb ladder animation. Or at the very least, a walk up spiral staircase or into... I think I need like a walk into background animation. I don't know. I'll figure something out. It's an interesting one because... Oh, hello. You don't need to be here, buddy. Get out of here. I suppose it's the distinction between having it be like I want lots of detail and I want modularity. So I think I should just do this just for the sake of it. I think this is just a good option. To do it this way, because otherwise all of the details have to live inside of the same kind of one scene, and that's just not going to work. So if I want to do really interesting interiors, it's better to just do them across different scenes. The only other question would be like, well, you don't want to have to go through every scene to get to every other scene, unless I wanted that to be the puzzle. Like, you know, it's like if I did it like this, where there are like 3 lanes, the above ground, the second floor, and the first floor, and you kind of have to snake your way through all the cabins. So it's like, these are the cabins, let's say. And like you have to go like across here, across here, down here, across there, up there, across there, up there, across there, down, 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 to get to the engine room kind of thing. Like if I force you to sort of wade through every room because there's something blocking your way up here, and then like there's no way to get down here. The ladder is closed off, and then like this is the only entry, and then you sort of have to snake your way through the whole thing to start with. Maybe that's the way to do it. Or like, and then there might be one where it's like fully locked off. You just can't get in until later when you come around here. You can go up here and down into this second floor of that one. Yeah, and then after you get to like the dining hall where you meet everybody and something happens, then like all the locks come off and the game lets you walk through. Maybe you get like a key or something, but you're kind of like a stowaway until then. Not that you're unwelcome, but like you don't have access. I really like that idea. does it have an inner conflict? For Armin? I mean, there's a major conflict. You think I'm going to let you get through this chapter without there being action? You think I'm going to let you ride on a train without there being a fight scene on top of the train? There's gonna be a moment. This is like for me, this chapter is my Harry Potter goes to the Weasleys. This is my Weasleys, what are they called? The Burrow. So, it's like, oh, are these my people? Is this the home away from home where I get to like actually just express myself and what I'm feeling, and without the judgment of all the people that I live with? I don't have to explain why I feel this way, because these people have no stake in my life, but they have an interest in it because they are related to me in some fashion. Armin's mother is basically from this place, and she doesn't talk about it. So he sort of like knows about it, but he doesn't know anything about this place. And so they all treat him like long lost family. And yeah. So, but he's only lived in the mountains his whole life. So it's like being born in Germany and your father's German and your mother's Italian. And she's from like Calabria, And it's like, the Calabrese are so different from people in Germany, Like the family values is like it's like a completely different way of expressing, love or whatever. So that's the kind of, and he's only lived in like Germany or whatever. So that's kind of where we're at. Hey, only a JN. I actually have to go. So I might see if I can reject that one so you get to keep your points, because I got to leave right now. Sorry about that. And I'll mark the rest of it as complete. But yeah, there is conflict. I mean, I can tell you what happens. Like last chapter, we had a run-in with some Hunden here who were very, very keen on getting the crystals before we do, and they're not gone. They're not gone forever. So we are going to see the return of at least one other member of the Hunden. Dun 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 dun. Anyway. Oh yes. There will be conflict on the Orient Express. And then there's some apprehension that happens, and then there's some imprisonment that happens. It's a whole thing. This chapter is my like Indiana Jones chapter. So there's visiting a ruin at the end. I'm doing my best here. I gotta get the structure in as soon as I can, and then I'll work on chapter 4 and chapter 5 and just see if I can wrap up the game quickly in terms of being able to walk through it at least. Yeah. All right, I gotta go. We'll keep doing more grey boxing tomorrow. Thanks, chat. Wishlist Insignia. This raid, Ryan Art. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. Thank you so much for the help with the shader. For those of you who were here then, that's the stream. I will catch you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.